As long as chaos reigns, we will never build a better world. I'll do whatever it takes. And if the Field Marshal wishes to speak with me in person, then so be it.
That's the spirit.
I'll leave for Randalar at once. Would you send a Stolas?
Of course. Rutherford is already in the Dalmekian capital. I'll have him tell Havel to expect you forthwith.
Excellent. Thank you, Uncle.
No, thank you, Clive.
Ah, Clive. This is it then, brother. Indeed.
You're wrong.
Of course.
Joshua, what's wrong? And don't say nothing.
It's not nothing. I've received word from Cyril. The Undying have found Father's will, or something akin to it.
His will? How? And where?
In the crypt beneath Rosalith Castle. After Kupka was kind enough to drive out the Imperials, the Undying took the opportunity to recover what relics of the Duchy yet remained. And in the process of doing so, they found a letter from Father.
I'm surprised anything survived down there.
Cyril asked that I join him in Tabor at my convenience. I have been meaning to go, but... would you join me?
Of course. I want to know what's in that letter as much as you do.
Very well. I am ready to leave when you are.
The hour fast approaches. My decision is made. You said it yourself. He must.
He must.
I await your word.
Sid, do you have a moment?
By all means.
It's my old master. Seems there's no escaping her. She found some way to send me a letter. And something else. Records from a Waluda prison. Seems they were keeping a lot of bearers there.
How did she come by such a thing?
Finding bearers always was her strong point. And it seems the cells of Balmung Dark are full of them. Foreign captives, the masterless. Bearers no one would miss. And even better for her, bearers with no one to look after them. When ether started lapping...
Leaving the bearers to be liberated by whoever happened to come along next.
Sid, I'd like to believe that I've earned your trust by now. And while I'm well aware that you've forbidden Cursebreakers from traveling to Waloed, I can't let those bearers die in their cells. I'd rather risk shipwreck on the...
We'll be needing the Enterprise if we're going to navigate the Narrow.
Does that mean...
I'm making an exception, but we travel together, and we stay no longer than we have to. Ash is an inhospitable place at the best of times. We save as many as we can, and we leave.
Thank you, Sid. There was a name in the prison register. A name from my past. Chadwick. Another of my former master's protégés. A gifted soldier, and the closest thing I had to family. The thought of him held captive in that place.
He must be very important to you.
He was. Is.
Then we find him.
The entrance to the prison lies in the shadow of Ravenwit walls, just beyond the portcullis. We should head there as quickly as we can. I only pray there are still bearers alive to save.
As do I, Doris.
Sid, I was wondering if you could help me.
It depends what with.
A bearer, but recently freed from his bonds, is keen to join the Curse Breakers. As you know, the work we do is not easy, which is why we test every volunteer's suitability. I
don't mind, but why this one?
Because he wants to be a scout. Our ranks are filled with men and women capable of breaking chains and putting slavers to the sword. But scouting, we're few with the nose for that, which is why we still rely so heavily on Gav. And since he accompanies you on so many of your missions, I thought you might be better placed to recognize the traits in him that we should look for in those who'd fill his boots.
Sounds reasonable.
So you're happy to oversee the boys' test, then?
One can never have too many scouts.
Truer words, Sid. I'll let the initiate know that you'll be attending his trial, and that he is to proceed directly to Northreach in readiness.
No time like the present, eh?
No time like the present. I'll await you there.
Northreach. I don't suppose they could have chosen somewhere closer.
Twinside's hundreds of leagues away. That'd mean the crystal is...
Massive. Aye.
If you've got something to ask, ask.
No.
Is that right? Might be time to take a step back. And if it weren't for Sid, I'll be here if you need me.
Vivian, I read your note, and I'd be happy to help you find the book you're looking for.
Thank you, Clive. But tracking it down will not be easy. Are you sure?
Please. You have always granted me your wisdom and insight whenever I asked. It's only right that I return the favor. Or at least attempt to.
You are too kind. Alas, what I ask of you is rather more trying than delivering the odd lecture. I spoke with Harpocrates to see if he had any inkling as to where another copy might... But perhaps it is best that you hear the details from...
If you say so.
Forgive me, Clive, for asking this of you, but this book... It set me on the path to becoming who I am today. Its importance... Has
Midadol mentioned a new project yet?
Not exactly.
What do you think happened to Miss
preoccupied,
Midadol?
But
Sid, you have to help us.
With what? You didn't take apart another of Mid's contraptions, did you?
No. Well, yes. But that's not what we want to talk to you about.
It's Miss Midadol. She's been acting strange. Very strange. She's barely ever around.
When she is, she acts like we aren't even there.
In the cloud.
That's what I said. In the clouds.
Well, she does have a lot on her mind.
Not long ago.
Then it's probably just about the Enterprise. It did take quite a battering on the way there and back.
You didn't break it, did you, Sid? You really should be more careful around... Oh, don't listen to her. Even if you did break the Enterprise.
But who's gonna put Miss Midadol back together? She seems really sad.
Why don't I go and see if I can cheer her up?
You do that? For us? She's in her dungeon.
Don't scare him. It's not a real dungeon.
Thanks for the warning.
Miss Shirley says your books made quite an impression on the children. You've inspired them all to become writers themselves.
Is that... Some more parchment, then.
Mid, if you have a...
That's it! I knew it! The answer was right here under my arse all along! If this doesn't steer to the skies, nothing will.
To the skies? You aren't trying to give the Enterprise wings, are you?
What else would I be doing?
The children seem to think you're avoiding them. They're worried about you. Is this really so important that you need to shut yourself away from everyone?
The Enterprise is already the fastest ship in the realm, and that's with the sea beneath her. But what if she weren't bound to the waves? What if she weren't bound to anything at all? It's not fair. The gods get the skies all to themselves, so I'm going to do something about it. The Fallen had their chance, but they relied too much on magic. And see where that got them. But not me. I've discovered how to do it without. Well, almost. First, I need to make a prototype.
And is that a one-woman job?
Are you volunteering? I'll have you know the Enterprise is my baby. But if a godfather's offering to lend a hand, I'd be happy to take it. First, I'll need oil, and not just some old drippings from Miss Molly's spits in the Tub and Crown. Refined stuff, like they make in Ordil. Then I'll need some bone, or shell. Light, strong, preferably no longer attached to the beast it belongs to.
If it's beast bones you're after, I'm sure the curse breakers will know where you might find some.
No, they'll know where you might find some. You're the one who offered to help, remember?
I should speak with one of the curse breakers before I set off for Old Hill. See if I can't find this bone while I'm there as well.
I will not let them be forgotten. Sid, may I have a moment?
Of course.
It is an honor to finally speak with you. My name is Herman. I've been with the Cursebreakers for some time now, and I wish to be deployed to Ash. Any assignment will do.
No. The lands across the Narrow, I will not send good men and women to risk their lives needless. Why would you want to go back?
I need to retrieve something. Something important. I was raised in an orphanage. The Badbach, or rather, I was held captive there. It was not a place of nurture. It existed solely to turn bearer children into mindless weapons. We were tortured until we feared no pain, and few ever survived long enough to become tools of the last king.
I can't imagine.
I lost so many, but they must be remembered. The Institute was run with military precision. Every child measured. Every name... Sid, allow me to travel to...
You were a good friend, Herman. But the fact remains that Ash is simply too dangerous.
Sid, please. Even should it cost me my life.
Too dangerous for you, Herman. But not for me. I'll go to Bad Bach and find the registry.
You will?
I won't let you risk your life.
I don't know how to thank you.
You can start by telling me where I'll find this orphanage.
Vie de Grace. Hidden in a forest.
All right.
May the Mother...
Pining for something, boy. What is it? What do you see out there? I never did ask where you got that anklet of yours.
From Sid, that's why. On the day he brought him home.
That long ago?
And you're only thinking to ask this now? Sid saw that the pup had a habit of gnawing on his leg, since you ask. Clap that there iron on him to keep him...
What was wrong, boy?
I'll take like as not. Must have been hard on the poor whelp losing his loving masters at such a young age. Doubly hard in being a frost wolf. Torn away from his icons and all. Sid would always tell him, you want my iron gone? I reckon what he were looking for was...
I'm sorry, Torgal. Sorry for making you wait so long. Let's get that thing off you.
Doesn't sound like he wants it off.
Indeed. You miss Sid as much as the rest of us, don't you? You want me to go with you somewhere?
Quick, aren't you? Glad you've been paying attention.
Not nearly as much as you have, Lady Karen.
Aye, good thing and all. It's not like Gav would have kept him in nuts and rubbed his belly these past 10 summers.
Your kindness is appreciated.
Only because he doesn't talk back like the rest of you.
Where to then, Torgal?
Say what you will, Lady Karen has seen herself.
All right, Torgal. Where are you taking me? I'm going to need a little bit more than that, boy. Do you have a better hint for me? Unless... you've already given me one. Back on the rear deck, you were looking west, toward Rosaria. Why don't we try the rookery? I haven't been to the island in almost 20 years. To Port Isolde, then. Fingers crossed the old mooring is still there.
Ah, Clive, my boy. What a pleasure it is to see you.
Hippocrates. There's something I need to ask you. I've been charged with locating a book called From a Distance.
Then you seek a rare gem indeed. One whose name I had not thought to hear from your lips. You've been talking to Vivian.
Right as always. But she didn't seem keen to tell me very much. I take it she didn't like what you had to say.
And yet I gather it did naught to dissuade her. Clive, if the young professor has tasked you with obtaining a copy, I fear she asks the impossible. The executors would not allow it.
The executors?
Coveters of Secrets. A clandestine organization committed to the collection and intenebration of forbidden texts and technologies. One such text being the tome Vivian seeks, chronicling as it does the true history of the enslavement of bearers. A tale which could overturn the established order were it ever to become widely known. Or, so rumor has it. I've never actually read the thing, or even set eyes on it for that matter.
How is it that I haven't heard of this organization?
Why, secrecy is the executor's watchword. They lurk in the shadows, emerging only to see...
Which would explain why Vivian's copy was snatched from her grasp.
By the hand of the executors, yes.
But what drives them? Self-interest or ideology?
Fine question. Sadly, all that is known of the executors can be recounted in a single breath. You may just as soon ask me of their origins, numbers, or the identity.
Then my hunt was doomed from the first. What was Vivian expecting? That I'd pluck it from thin air?
Not from thin air, no. From ash. Rumors of the executors are rife, but rather less so across the... I have a friend. Well, I had a friend in the village of... Alas, I have heard naught from him since the skies fell dark. But, though he did not mention it by name, it is possible that a surviving copy of... If you were, by some chance, able to save even a single book from...
Very well. When I next find myself in Waloed, I'll be sure to pay...
Twinside's hundreds of leagues away.
All right, Sid. Come to buy us around, have you?
Only if you earn it. Mid needs a piece of light but durable bone for her next project. You've encountered your share of beasts on your travels across the realm. Any ideas?
Most bones are the same. Whack 'em hard enough and they'll break. If it's durability you're looking for, shell will serve you better.
I do. And I know to give them a what? Will any old adamant...
Well, with shells, the older the harder. There's a rumour of an ancient adamantus down in... But don't expect to make quick work of the bastard.
I'll keep that in mind.
How are you doing? Quick look. Think you can help?
It's still here. After all these years. A lot smaller than I remember. And you're a lot bigger. You might have to swim, boy. I wasn't being serious.
You two go on without me. I doubt that boat will hold a third.
If you're sure, we won't be long. Hop in, boy. This place hasn't changed at all. The rookery's right through those trees. Come on. Race you there? I bet I could still beat you. Here we are. This was our hideaway. Wasn't it, Torgal? Coming here helped me to forget who I was. Or wasn't. Prince, shield. Son his mother could love. Had I been any one of those things? Perhaps. What is it, boy? This is all from the castle. And Phoenix Gate. Did you bring these here? My sparring sword. Well, well. You never stopped looking for me, did you, boy? Thank you, Torgal. For never giving up. For never forgetting. Let's take this with us, shall we? So I don't forget either. That's not the way back to the boat, Torgal. All right. I'm coming. I think I know where we're going. People always talk about the importance of putting the past behind you. But without it, we wouldn't be who we are today. And we certainly couldn't steer our way to a better tomorrow. Come on, Torgal. Let's go home. Sorry for the wait. We're ready. It's oil. After what happened here, it's a miracle there was any left at all. This should be enough. Nazaire might at least have mentioned where in Northreach he'd be testing this recruit.
Pay for that.
Who do you think?
I'm nervous.
Well met, Sid. This is the initiate. Ember, present yourself.
At your service, Master.
Please, just Sid. There are no masters here. Your life is your own.
Oh, of course. Thank you, Sid. The sergeant says you'll be evaluating me at my trial.
To become a scout, yes. You are aware of the dangers inherent in that role.
I am. But I swore I'd face them. Just like the man who saved my life.
And who would that be?
Gav. It was him who found me and freed me. No magic, no support, just one man and his nose. Came and sniffed me out. It taught me what one man can do if he puts his mind to it. And I've been training ever since, so that one day I can be someone's saviour, just like Gav was mine.
I'm sure he'd be flattered. You clearly have good intentions, Ember. And it sounds like you're under no illusions. Stick to this path and you'll make a fine Cursebreaker.
So, what? Have I passed?
You haven't even started yet. Now listen. Not far from here is an Imperial lookout, Eastwatch. The guards there record all their sightings in a logbook. You are to find it and bring it here.
And bring it here, right. Anything else?
No. Sneaking into a heavily guarded Imperial outpost and stealing the logbook would be quite sufficient. You'll need to assess the situation, determine a point of entry, create a distraction and effect an escape, all without being discovered and thrown into an Imperial oubliette.
Ember, Gav isn't our best scout because he can do everything. It's essential that you know your limits.
Know my limits, right. I won't let you down.
It shouldn't be as dangerous as I made out. But keep a weather eye on him all the same, would you?
On my way. All right, Ember. Impressed.
Fly, Ambrosia.
These are clean kills. Perhaps young Ember really is ready. Straight home now. Or maybe not. Damn it.
Ember, draw your sword!
I can't!
Then run!
If you want him, you'll have to go through me. Nice try. Ember, are you... Gone. Of course. Scouts really are a rare breed. Back to Northreach it is, then.
A fortress?
Who'd you think?
I didn't expect you back so soon. Where is Ember? How did he fare?
I thought I'd find him with you. He must have fled. I followed him to Eastwatch. He was just standing there. Didn't even draw his sword. I had to step in and take care of things. He was nowhere to be seen. I assumed he'd set off and...
I'm sorry, Sid. I knew the boy had a nervous streak, but he seemed like...
The right man for the job? I believe this is the logbook you tasked me with retrieving.
Eh? How did you... Don't you tell me you breached the tower while Sid was busy saving your skin.
What? Wasn't that what you asked me to do? To bring the thing back without getting caught?
He has you there, Nazaire. And he did it all on his own.
But Sid, he
did what he thought was best. And now I have to decide whether I agree.
Of course. We'll await your evaluation back at the hideaway. Don't you leave my sight.
Yes, Sergeant.
This won't be an easy decision.
The garrison is threatening to pull their sentries from the markets if we don't cooperate.
I would speak with this Duke.
Saw the captain just now. Wasn't wearing his uniform.
Because he had...
Your town needs you. I need you.
The Duke would have me
Do you have a moment, Clive?
What is it?
It's the Duke, unsurprisingly. His Eminence has assumed full control. The town was left all but unguarded, so Philippe was compelled to form a city. And though my dear boys have been characteristically willing to assist him in this, they want for bot. So I was wondering if you would lend them your strength, that the people of North...
Of course. Whatever you need.
Thank you, Clive. Philippe told me he had men stationed at...
Where can I find the mistress of this establishment?
Here, my lady. To whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
My name is Sabine, and it is my displeasure to be the daughter of the Duke of Oriflamme, who I understand is causing you... I wish to speak to you about what might be done.
Very well. I trust you'll forgive me, Clive.
Absolutely. Our conversation can wait.
Please.
As you know, my father is a most overbearing and supercilious man, and I join you in objecting to his every act. Indeed, I owe you my thanks for continuing to argue against his reckless plans. Yet I fear he is not one to be swayed by reason. He must be made to face the consequence.
And who would make him do this?
I would. Myself and several other... Were you to join us, we would surely have the strength to drive him from Northreach for good.
Does that not seem a trifle... drastic?
Drastic action is precisely what is called for. Unless you are content to see... My father would have it that citizens exist only to serve the Empire. That they should be forced to make every... But he is wrong. It is not the people who must serve the Empire, but the Empire who must serve her people. He's always been like this, scornful of the opinions of anyone he judged beneath him, but he cannot be allowed to ride roughshod over the common folk. We must fight him. By all possible...
Fight him? No. Respectfully, my lady. Our only chance of saving this town depends upon every one of us uniting again. While I understand your frustrations, I cling to the hope that he may...
False hope, I assure you. But I see that your mind is made up. I shall bother you no longer, if you will extend me the same courtesy. I bid you good day.
She certainly has spirit.
Indeed. But unfortunately for us, that which may be enough to seal the fate of this town. Not that she cares. This is all about her and her father.
Families.
I'm sorry. Where were we? Ah, yes. I was about to take... But perhaps it's better that you heard them from him. I believe he's in the mark.
Right away.
It's just a pity I cannot join you. I'd like to see the two of you.
Your town needs you. I need you.
But the Duke would have me...
Saw the the captain just now. He wasn't wearing his uniform.
Because he handed it in.
What does the dame have to say about all this, I wonder?
So you are content to abandon... Please, I beseech, if you are a true son of Northreach, you must fight to defend your home.
That's exactly what I am doing, milady. Or trying to, at least. The land is crawling with fiends, and someone has to keep watch.
Even when our true enemy is hiding in the garrison? Fine. You're not the only able-bodied man in... Thank you so much for your...
She cornered you too, then?
Could hardly get a word in edgeways. Like father, like daughter, eh?
She made an uninvited appearance at the Vale earlier, hoping to convince the dame to join her in fermenting...
I bet that went well. Anyway, what brings you...
Our mutual friend thought you might welcome some help.
Oh, she did. Right, as always. We've had some reports, you see. Sightings of...
They're back.
Seems that way. We haven't been able to confirm anything yet, but if you're willing...
Right.
You know Grieger's Weep? One of the sightings...
I'm on my way.
Thank you, Clive. I'll look into one of the other sightings.
Let's go. Damn it. The reports were true. I need to stop them before they get to the town.
Fire and flame! You lose!
Call that a test, Ultima?
Clive, it's me. Are you all right?
I am. But it seems the reports were true. The thralls have returned. I dispatched the few that I found, though.
Well, that's something, I suppose. But what were they doing south of town? They all came from the north last time. We might be able to fend off an attack from one side or the other, but from both?
Do you have eyes in the north?
Some. I should probably go and have a look, though, just to be sure. You head back to Northreach. I want you there just in case war breaks out while I'm away.
What do you mean?
Her ladyship's been busy working her magic, stirring up ill feeling towards her father. She'll have her marching on the...
What? I'll do what I can to... Be careful out there.
Don't worry, I'm not like you. One sniff of those things and I'm running back to town screaming blue murder.
you not see, Father? The people of Northreach have given enough, and only a fool would ask for more.
Listen to me, Sabine. Where would our people be without their country, hmm? The Empire is their sword and their shield. It is she that ensures they can live without fear. And now she teeters on the brink. Without their sword, how will the people fight? Without their shield, how will they protect their kin? Can the unarmed stand against the advancing hordes? No. But there is yet hope. A new shield, a new sword. A new empire. We can rebuild Sandbreck, just as Great Grieger wills it.
Perhaps we could, Father. But we don't want to. Not if it is built on the broken backs of the people.
Please, let us not quarrel in the street. You must see that no good will come of this. Our fight is not with each other, but with the threat that draws ever closer to our gates. A threat that your sword has yet to rid us of, Your Eminence.
You will hold your tongue, whore! You may have filled my daughter's head with your heresy, but I will not be corrupted.
Corrupted? Your daughter's opinions are her own, as you would know if you had ever deigned to listen to her. At least I hope they are your opinions, and not posturing born of a family feud. Northreach deserves better than that.
Northreach deserves better than you, Carla. Yes, I know who you are. The slut of Twinside who bedded a Brandit.
Jealous, are you? That a woman might choose a bearer over a pious man of Grieger.
Clive! I met a swarm of thralls coming south from Oriflamme. Hundreds of them. Too many to count.
No. Work on the fortifications has scarcely begun. We will retreat to Caernarvon and there make our stand. Did you hear me? That was an order!
While this is but a heartfelt plea, let us make our stand here and protect our homes. Protect those that we love. Together, for Northreach!
You heard the dame. What are we waiting for? Pikemen to the gates. Archers to the roofs. Quickly, come on!
But she is but a common...
whore, yes. And we'd follow her to the gates of hell. The men have their orders, and they look like following them. I got them spaced out at regular intervals. Whichever direction the thralls strike from, there'll be someone there to meet them.
Thank you, Philippe. Rest assured the people will play their part. The herbalist has donated her stock of medicines to me. Should any of your men be injured, take them to the Vale. We'll see to them there.
Thank you, milady. I will.
I'll play my part too. You still won for numbers. Unlike the enemy. I only hope I can go some way to evening the odds. Philippe, can I leave the south in your hands? I doubt the thralls by the lake were the last of their number.
Of course. I'll lead a party down that way so we don't get taken by surprise. What about you?
I'll make my way. I've fought a few of these things. And while I can't promise to hold them all back, I should...
All right.
Thank you.
You can thank us when it's over.
Till then, madame.
When the fighting begins, we can take refuge in the barracks.
There are so many of them.
Not for long.
Is it over?
No. It's only just begun.
You're finished. Stay down.
Too slow. That looks to be the... I wonder how the others fared. Better hurry back to town.
Clive.
And you. The road to Oriflamme is clear. How did you and your men fare?
Well, we ended up fighting for our lives down by the lake. Took a few nicks, but nothing the girls at the Vale can't.
Glad to hear it.
Well, it seems we've survived. I thank you both.
You were right, and I was wrong. I had thought that the only way to that without a strong hand to guide them, they would drift apart. To be borne hither and yon, but you, not by force, nor by the exercise of goddess-given authority, but by simply being one of them. By knowing...
Our purpose was ever the same, Your Eminence. You were merely distracted by a loftier vision of empire and glory.
You have the right of it again. As His Radiance said it himself. Sanbreque is naught without her citizen. I forgot that. And I am sorry.
I'm sorry too, Father. I should never have taken things so far. I only wanted you to understand how the people felt. How I felt.
Do not blame yourself, my dear. This was my doing. I should have listened to you. To all of you.
Your Eminence, your ladyship. I do not doubt that you came here with the best of intentions. But I believe the same could be said of us all. We all want safety, security, prosperity, and we may yet achieve it. Will you join us in this?
Yes. We shall.
Thank you, Your Eminence. Now that that is settled, I must go and see to the wounded. The Vale's doors are always open to any soldier in need of relief, and today there are more than ever before.
Madam Isabel is a rare soul. In these dark, I see that it is not meant.
You're right.
Forgive me for saying so, milady, but you still do. The dame said it herself. We can turn things around. And that goes for you, too. You're one of us now.
One of you?
Well said, Captain. Let this be a new beginning.
Well, I should see if Isabel needs any help moving the...
Can we get you anything?
Just a little further.
This the last one?
How goes the treatment of the wounded? I'll be happy to man one end of a stretcher if it would help.
You've helped quite enough for one day, Clive. Thank you.
Don't mention it.
Oh, but I must. After all you've done for this town, it is the very least you deserve.
Tell me, if Northreach had fallen, what would you have done? A woman of your means could find a home but I sense you would rather have died here.
It's a long story.
For you, madame, I have all the time in the world.
Very well. I was Carla then. Courtesan to the nobility. So sought after was I that it was only they who could afford. Alas, those for naive as I was, I fell in love with a bearer. He was my master's guard. After they discovered us together, he was whipped, and so we fled. Not that we had anywhere to flee to. We wandered, until we found ourselves here. It was the veil that took us in, that fed us, clothed us, those that could be healed at least. My love was...
He passed away.
He did. But at least we were able to share a few moments of peace before the end. It was the greatest gift I have. But the generosity of this town and her people, the men and women of the Vale supported me through my grief, though I was still a stranger to them. And so I swore that I would always do, that I would return the kindness, that I would repay my debt.
Thank you, Isabel, for sharing this with me.
You're a lot like him. Perhaps that is why I have such a soft spot for you. Never stop fighting, Clive. And I shan't either. I know that it will not be easy to keep Northreach together. The people, the soldiers, even the Duke of all united in defense of this town. And what of you? Can we count on your support too?
Always.
Your Grace, my lord, I trust you...
Cyril,
you found a letter from Father?
Yes, I have it here.
If you would do us the honor, my lord.
An inheritance.
It would seem the late Archduke penned this missive shortly before his passing.
The day before we left for Phoenix.
What are these plans he spoke of? His plans for the duchy, Your Grace. Your father entrusted them to my predecessor, the former bearer of the Burning Quill, who entrusted them in turn to me. The complete emancipation of bearers is their stated aim. But your father's dream did not end there. His Grace also spoke of building hospices to care for those stricken by the curse. With the blight spreading ever more widely across the twins, Archduke Elwin's... He wished to see men and bearers treated as equals. To see... Small wonder he did not think it achievable within his lifetime. But he thought it achievable nonetheless. Had he not, nor would he have entrusted his vision to his most faithful, those who would have stood with you, shielded you from the machinations of the less benevolent personages at court.
It's a pity only they are still with us.
'Tis true that those most loyal to your father were the first to suffer the Duchess's, but one at least remains. And she has...
What do you mean?
Mayhap it is better that she explain, my lord. After all, the duties entrusted to me by my predecessor extended only to recovering his Grace's will and arrange... And where is this woman? She awaits you in the archive, Your Grace. Thank you, Cyril. Shall we then?
My lord, your grace. I hardly recognize you. I am Goditha, retainer of House Rosfield, loyal sir. Your father, the Archduke Elwin, entrusted me with the delivery of a gift. I only hope you can forgive my tardiness in bringing it to you.
Lift up your head, Lady Goditha. You have our gratitude for your service to our house and to our father.
I merely did my duty, as any proud Rosarian would.
My lady, perhaps you could explain a little more? What exactly is the gift you bring?
As I'm sure you know, it has long been the custom for the children of House Rosfield to be...
Indeed it has. Our father often spoke of the day when our turn would come.
And had he lived to see it, he would have presented you with the treasures I bear. Matching armbands for you both. Alas, he did not live. He had intended to claim the Heartstone with which each armband was to be, but it was not to be. And his...
I see.
It saddens me to bring them before you, as they are. It was your father's wish that you be presented with the finished articles, not these works in... But with his grace long since gone, and the stone left unclaimed, you are grown men now, and his house is yours. And while I would not presume to insist upon your claiming the Heartstone in his stead, I know that nothing would have pleased him more than for you to do so.
Thank you.
What say you, Clive?
What else? Of course, my lady.
Oh, I am much obliged.
Do you know where we might find this heartstone?
I do. Though it may be a matter, it is found in the bellies of elder griffins, you see. We do at least know where to find one. A certain specimen has made its net.
A certain specimen?
You are most perceptive, Your Grace. In fact, this is the very same beast your father meant to slay. I have been tracking its movements. Were you to slay it in his stead, as men of House Rosfield?
What say you, Joshua?
What else? Titan's Wake is to the south of here. But we must not be hasty. The good lady has been disappointed once already.
Lord Marquis, if you have...
What is it, sir?
One of our brethren lately journeyed across the strait in order to pursue He sent an owl some while ago, but we...
Was he surveying?
No. The object of his study was a saviour cult that has arisen in Ash in recent... An ancient religion that worshipped... By gaining an understanding of this new faith, we hoped to learn...
And so you sent one of your brothers to Ash? A continent
Fully cognizant of the risks, yes. I entrusted the mission to one of the most able of our order, the third chair. A master. Though he has been silent for some days now, I have thus far refrained from sending, yet it seemed only right to inform you of the situation. For as you so earnestly advised me, it would not do to abandon a man to his fate.
But Ash is a big place.
Perhaps. The last owl I received from him mentioned a village where he had heard the cult were wont to assemble. Mickleburg was its name. It lies in the southern reaches of Wolu. If aught ill befell him, I expect it did so there.
Right.
You are much too kind. Go then, with my hopes, and may the firebird's flame ever burn in your heart.
Eyes peeled, Joshua. There it is. For House Rosfield.
Give me thunder!
Nice try.
Let's roll that. Fine how.
My strength is
Excellent!
Is this the Heartstone?
I expect Lady Goditha will know.
Come on.
Fly, Ambrosia.
Here we are again. Carava. If you were a tortoise talker, where would you hide? It looks like we found him.
Another down.
I better get these materials to Mid so she can finish her prototype.
Thank the Founder you were safe. The Griffin is slain then?
And the Heartstone claimed.
Yes. This radiant luster, like frozen flame. It is just as your father described it. Thank you, my lord. Your grace. Your father would be...
Lady Goditha, the lapidary is ready.
Thank you, Cyril. I will be with him shortly. If you would excuse me, I shall have the stone cut. The armbands are complete. Pray, take them. Heartstone is harder and more enduring than garnet, or even root. And the graven vines encircling the stone.
It's a message. Father knew enemies who would thwart his vision. Only.
And only if we stood together, as Phoenix and Shield.
Indeed. His Grace knew the enormity, but this was more than just a mess. It was a promise.
Thank you, Lady Goditha, for remaining the steadfast custodian of our father's will.
Forgive me, my lady, but there is something I don't quite understand. The Undying told me that after father died, Mother claimed all of the ducal treasures for her own. Even if the armbands were incomplete, she would surely not have overlooked them. So, how were you able to keep them from her?
Because I was the keeper of the vault. Though I was but a lowly servant, your father spoke to me of his intentions for the bands, of the deep love he had for both of you, and his hopes for your future. In the days before the disaster at Phoenix Gate, I discovered that the Duchess had ordered her jewelry be sent away from the castle. It was then that I knew she meant to betray us. I tried to warn your father, but it was when word of the fire reached Rosalith, I knew my time was short. So I took up the armbands and I fled into the night.
And thank the Founder you did.
Yet my duty to your father was incomplete. Not knowing what else to do, I followed the Griffin, thinking I might claim the... And so my pursuit continued. Until he informed me that His Grace's will had been recovered.
Lady Goditha, on behalf of my father...
As do I.
Thank you, my lord, for coming back to us.
The bands suit you well. It must be gratifying to finally receive the inheritance that was denied you for so...
It is. And we thank you for the part you played.
If you would permit me to play my part a little longer, might I suggest that you make your way to your father's memorial? Let him see that you have received his blessing.
I suppose it would be churlish not to. What do you say, Clive? Shall we pay?
I think we should. I was hoping to be able to offer him my thanks before we left for Origin.
Your father's helm is enshrined there. It has been since the day we recovered it from Finel. I prithee claim it. For it too is a part, and I do not doubt that your father would prefer it in your hands.
Thank you, Cyril. Come on, Clive. He's waiting.
Here to help me pack? Thanks, but I'll be traveling light. I'm almost finished already, in fact.
You're really going to go through with this, then?
I am. But before I go,
If it's within my power to help you, I will.
It's the children. I refuse to let them... and if I leave them here, they surely will. Our friendship would see them ostracized forever. I can think of only one place where they are certain to be safe and provided for and loved. The Hideaway.
Of course. The children would be more than welcome.
Thank you, Clive.
Lubor, are you still here?
What is it, Ferda? You look pale.
There's been a flood in the Velcroy, a damn big one. The League of Outlaws encampment was completely submerged.
What?
Every last one of the bastards has turned. And they're headed this way.
Bandits are one thing, but Akashic bandits are quite another. The town guard won't stand a chance against them. We need to evacuate. Ferda, gather them. The Akashic may strike at any moment. Well?
Yes, my lord.
Clive, the children stay with me for now. I need you to find Conrad and Natalie. Tell them to prepare for a full and immediate evacuation.
Understood.
I'll do what I can to convince everyone else. You have to listen to me.
They're coming!
Why do they always have to make such a fuss outside?
What do you want?
To pass on an important message. There's been an ether flood out in the Velcroy. The camp where the so-called League of Outlaws were gathering has been swallowed. They're no longer just bandits. They're Akashic now. You need to begin preparing for a full-scale evacuation right...
Oh, do we? And who was it who gave you the...
Lubor, perhaps? The man spreading the same port. You may believe his lies, my lord.
But why would he lie about something like...
Some twisted attempt at revenge. If he had not been unmasked, he may well have been elected our lead. A great honor for one of his one he might well feel aggrieved at having been
Lord Underhill, forgive me, but it has become all too evident where your sympathies lie. Lubor cannot be trusted, and
You may not trust me. But for the sake of your people, ask if there is any chance that this is true.
There isn't. You can be so... Now be off with you.
You're making a mistake.
Come, Clive. If our words will not move them, then we must find another way to help save the town.
You're right. Let's speak to Lord Ferda.
I think we'd better shut up shop.
What's Lubor raving about now?
Anything I can interest you in? Here you are. An excellent choice. Here you are. An excellent choice. Thank you for your custom.
Lord Ferda.
Sid.
I went to warn Conrad and Natalie about the Akashic, but they've convinced themselves that nothing Lubor says can be trusted. The bloody fool. Which means the town guard can't be counted on for support, but I can. You only have to...
I appreciate.
Sid! Ferda! I've been looking for you everywhere.
Victor?
I couldn't abandon a friend, and Lubor is in need at this very moment. Come.
You have to believe me. The Akashic are coming. They don't eat, they don't sleep, they don't tire, and they don't care who they kill. They're unlike anything that's come before. There won't be no parley, no mercy granted. We may have saved the town once, but this is different. I do not ask that you forgive me, but please believe me. If you do not run, you will die. You will all fucking die!
You'd like that, wouldn't you, bearer?
Yeah, with us out of the way, your kind will be free to claim Dalamil for yourselves.
It's you who should run!
Run, bearer!
Yeah, run!
Run!
Far, far away!
Run!
Just go, Bearer!
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes!
Go! Go on, then.
Go on, go!
Just go. Just go.
Lubor. Wait. Someone's coming.
Go.
Come on!
Stop! You're hurting him! What did Lubor ever do to you? He solves all your stupid problems, and he keeps all of you safe. You know there's nothing he wouldn't do for this town. Who was it who made that cleaver you use every day, Conrad?
And what about your counting table, Natalie? Who fixed that?
Whose men make sure the streets are clean so all your boots don't get dirty?
who spends all day, every day making sure things run smoothly round here. And none of you ever say thank you. Ever.
But did Lubor ever complain? Well, does he ever stop smiling?
He keeps this whole place going. And you act like it doesn't even exist.
Lubor, we've heard enough.
Wait!
We will not run. The town guard will not abandon the very place it is sworn to protect.
And I will not give up for lost the stores that we labored so hard to fill.
So tell us, how do you propose we deal with these Akashic of yours?
We won't run, but we will fight.
All right, then. Fine. Gather round if you don't want to die.
Allow me to explain the situation. The place had been abandoned for years until the League of Outlaws decided to make it their base. Now they're all turned, and if the scouts' reports are correct, heading in...
They are mindless monsters, driven only by hate and rage. With the bandits, we at least knew how and where they will... When these creatures come, Dalamil will have the bitterest... The town guard will muster at the north gate. The rest of us will... Both forces will provide men to serve as scouts and messengers, ready to spread word of the size and as soon as it has been, we will converge on its position and see that it is... Conrad, can I count on the support of the town?
Always.
I leave the selection and coordination of the messengers in your hands, Victor, and the command of our men in yours, Ferda. If you would both be...
Consider it done.
As you wish.
Natalie, I would ask that you and your people have the townsfolk barricade themselves inside the bathhouse. And tell the merchant not to waste time securing anything beside the essential. As long as we survive, it doesn't matter what trinkets we might lose. Our riches can be regained. And if anyone doubts that, let it be known that the Briar's Kiss stands ready to cover any losses.
Very well. I shall...
Where do I fit into this plan?
Where else but the most perilous? I would like you to travel to the home of our erstwhile League of Outlaws. The main host is most likely still there. And Dalamil will not be safe and...
A little gardening.
I doubt it. I have a feeling these
Luckily, so am I.
So you are. All right, then. We all know what we have to... Now, it's simply a matter of doing it.
Looks like everyone's ready. I'd better not keep...
Good. That will keep some of them out.
Any man sighting an Akashic is to raise the alarm immediately.
will be safe with us.
The messengers
You
will
have
see
my
that our
word.
entire force rallies to that position.
There it is. The flood.
But what's waiting for us inside? We can't leave a single one alive. Huh. Nice try.
I needed that.
Nice try. The League is disbanded. I should get back to Dalimil and see how the...
All the Akashic we were able to find have been... Seems that might be the last of them.
The last of them here, perhaps.
Lubo, Sip, Clive.
Clive!
It's done.
I knew you wouldn't...
Thank you, my lord.
Friends, the Horde has been driven back. The Akashic, and we need not fear the arrival of victory.
We bloody... Lubor. After all you have done for this town.
But we did. We only hope that you can...
We need you, Lubor. So, if you would still like to be considered...
You do remember that I...
We do. But that is not a stain. It is a stain on ours. We thought only of what we perceived bear...
I see. But I will only accept your
Name them.
Firstly, that you will both do everything in your power to rally your people to my cause. If the Town Guard and the Merchants League do not accept my leadership, it will be doomed from the start. Unity is the key to defending Dalimil, and I do not doubt that we shall need to call on our combined strength again. When that time comes, I will expect us all to pull together, just as we did today.
Of course. You have our word.
And secondly, you will accept that if I am to lead you, the mistreatment of bearers must end here and now. Any bearer within our walls shall be afforded the same rights as they will not be judged by what they are.
As we failed to do, and came so close to losing everything.
We agree to your conditions. And we have only one in return. That you continue to work for the good of Dalimil, as you always have.
Condition accept. Well then, it seems my mayorship is all but confirmed. How fickle. Not so long ago I had resigned myself to leaving Dalim, and now I'm here.
Lubo,
Fear not, you are of course relieved. I would sooner face another horde of Akashic than see them brought up as outlaw. I'll make sure they're safe.
I don't doubt that you will. And not just the children. But
Can't have all your hard work.
You won't find a finer array this side of the strait. You've a discerning eye.
Do you see that too?
Papa?
What is it? Oh, please, just make it stop. I'm scared.
Nothing good's gonna come of this, I'm telling you. Just looking at it's enough to send a shiver down your spine.
let's go.
Fly, Ambrosia.
Time to fight. It can't be Rutherford, can it?
Turncoats and cowards, the lot of you! If it's a fight you want, it's a fight you shall have!
Allow me.
I don't need your...
Please, Field Marshal, oblige him.
This won't take long.
You're right. It won't. Men, finish him.
Stay down! Stay down! Die!
A little longer than I'd have liked. Field Marshal Havel, I presume. Are either of you injured?
No, my lord. You arrived just as our escort turned on us.
Fucking traitors. I'd heard reports of soldiers in the outlying regions abandoning the oaths they swore. But I hadn't thought the corruption had reached so close to the heart of the Republic. It's a fucking disgrace. Your interfering old bastard of an uncle tried to warn my lord, or is Sid the outlaw more to your...
Call me what you want. It doesn't change who I am, or the urgency of the message I bring. My uncle has a plan to right the...
Before I agree... I'd have you answer one... What do you stand?
I won't deny that I might benefit from further chaos, but I seek a new beginning for all of us. And while the choices I've made may not always have been the right, I know I made them for the right reasons. For so long, so many of us have been told how we could live, when it should have been our decision all along. But in order to take it, we must stand together. Even if it be beside those with whom we don't...
Certainly not the words I expected from an outlaw. You are no... I never hear the end of this. All right. I'll start by ordering my most trusted guard to bring the Dalmekian fringes under control. Next, I'll make contact with my counterparts in the Imperial Army and see if I can't convince them to try and restore order in their own...
Thank you, Field Marshal.
But they are not the only ones we will need to convince.
What do you mean?
I don't doubt that I can bully some sense into a few generals. But those they answer to require a different kind of persuasion. And when it comes, we will need an envoy. One who can court even the most stubborn of statesmen.
I'm flattered, and I have other problems to attend. What we need is a skilled arbitrator.
Is that so? And would he happen to be an outlaw?
Of a different kind, perhaps.
Well, beg it. I suppose we'll all have to find a little of the outlaw in ourselves if we're to make it through this.
I shall.
My Lord Marquis, your Lord Uncle bade me escort the Field Marshal to his manor in Port Isolde.
And I will see that my associate joins you there.
Very good.
An envoy. I'm not sure I'm the man to talk anyone. I can barely convince my brother to take his medicine. Someone like Quentin. I hope I can convince him at least. Quentin.
Do you now? Something tells me you'll be asking more. Go on, then. You'd have me convince the chiefs and chamberlains of the realm that they should simply and do the one thing that has proved impossible for thousands of years.
I know it's a lot to ask, but I can think of none better suited.
And you'd have me give up what little I have left to do it. The people of Lostwing are my family. You'll have to find someone else.
I'm sorry to hear that.
And why might that be?
What he's asking. How's it any different to what they want you to speak for those who can't speak for them? If it's the vineyard, we'll see that the grapes are picked and the tons filled.
It's not that.
Then what is it? You said yourself
You know that's not.
Then what are you? That only we are worth saving? Why turn your back on everyone else? You convinced... Who's to say you couldn't convince the...
A stirring... I fear that any rejoinder I make might fall somewhat flat.
So you'll join us? Field Marshal Havel will want to speak with you in person. I can arrange for a party of curse-breakers to accompany you there.
That would be very much appreciated. I hear the roads are far...
Hopefully not for long. My uncle will want to know that his plan is taking shape.
Unwavering will and an unbreakable bond. Do you really think we're strong enough?
To save the world? Of course. To have overcome Father's political enemies. Of that I'm less certain. Especially knowing what we know now. What Mother was truly capable of. But perhaps these bands would have helped. Knowing he was with us would have made all the difference.
It's just back there. Father always fought for what he believed was right. It wasn't until that night at Phoenix Gate that I realized I had never fought for anything. I always had someone else to do the fighting for me.
No matter how fate conspired against him, he never lost heart, never looked back, never stopped fighting. To me, he was the greatest of men. And I've been trying to live up to his ideals ever since.
We all have, Clive. We all have. And we'll keep trying. Because that's what he would have wanted.
What he would have done himself. Even if it meant standing against the very gods in the heavens.
I shall be borrowing this, Father, if I may. That you might watch over us as we follow in your footsteps.
We won't lay you down.
Onward then?
Onward. To the end.
And to a new beginning.
Uncle, I bring good news. The Field Marshal has agreed to your plan.
Ha! Of course he has.
Rutherford is accompanying him back to your manor in Porter's Alder as we speak. They will await your return there. As will one other.
One other? Who, exactly?
Lord Havel was concerned that even if he could get the realm's armies to agree to an accord, he might not be as successful in... He asked if I might have a solution.
One of your
Master Quinton would probably call me one of his. But yes.
Another outlaw. Just the thing we need to put these rotten politicos in their places. Good thinking, Clive.
I'm glad you approve.
The more the merrier, eh?
Uncle, assuming Havel and Quinton can solve our problem with the armies, you still haven't mentioned how we might manage the grain shortages.
Oh, don't you worry, my boy. The 7 high houses will be seeing to that. They have all agreed to make the most generous. Oh, of course, it did take a little, but luckily I had some unexpected.
From who?
Why, you, my boy. Rumour has it that you rescued the Lady Ariane's head steward Rockford from a horde of bloodthirst.
It was more of a handful.
Well, the old battle axe was soaked. She had a shipload of talents delivered to my private docks by the next new moon. And when the other houses saw the parsimonious old crone's purse strings finally loosen, they as good as tripped over themselves in the rush to follow.
I'm happy to hear it.
Now, I must be getting back to the manor. Join us there at your earliest convenience, would you?
Of course, Uncle.
And how, pray tell, will we get that grain to the capital if the roads are still overrun with akashic?
You'll find another bloody road. I only have so many men, and I'm not about to send them headlong into an ether flood. That is, unless you'd have them turn as well.
Well, I'd certainly eat less.
Says the man with a belly bigger than a band of curls. My soldiers actually need their rations. Without any food to keep them going, they'll be dead even before you've sent them on your fool's errand.
If I may, gentlemen, perhaps I might suggest an alternative approach. Though supply routes are indeed disrupted, there is no shortage of ships. Indeed, they bob away in every bay from here to Randalar, awaiting a safe haven. Allow them to make port and fill their bellies full of grain. And once those who crowd the cities are fed, ferry the displaced back to the countryside to work the fallow fields. But I'm sure that you wish to continue your... Two such firm friends as yourselves need no help from the likes of me. Rutherford spoke fondly of the great bond between you.
Us? Friends?
I can't stand the man!
Clive, I'm beginning to question the quality of the company you keep.
And what kind of company were you expecting him to keep? The man's a criminal!
Criminal? How dare you? You are not fit to breathe the same air as this fine, upstanding young gentleman.
Upstanding? He calls himself Sid the Bloody Outlaw!
Once more onto the breach.
Shall we begin again? What we seek here is not to create a new nation, nor to claim the thrones of those that already exist. We wish simply to bring stability to the realm that mankind might weather the current storm. And to do that, we must convince those in power, the generals, the statesmen, the nobles, that our cause is just. There will be disagreements, yes. And I imagine some resistance, much resistance. If we show them the path, show them that we walk it ourselves. The fate of the world lies in my nephew's hands, but the well-being of her people lies in ours. And we...
Uncle Byron...
Now, with that settled, let's move on to the signing of the accord. For what great moment in history hasn't been accompanied by a little ceremony? Citizens of Valisthea, I present to you the Triunity. Rutherford, Mike Will. Well, my boy, the stage is set.
That it is.
This is the role you were born for. Now I ask only that you trust in we shall play our parts to the best of our abilities. That you might have the realm needs its Sir Crandall. And there is no better Crandall than you. I want you to keep this signed accord as proof of our faith in you.
I will.
Sorry. Can't take you where you need to get to, but the Argo and me will be waiting.
What do you think that thing is?
And how the hell is Sid gonna deal with that?
You should have...
Welcome back, Sid.
Welcome back, Sid.
Yes. Welcome back. Truth be told, it was me who suggested roping you in to help with... But from what I hear, things didn't go...
No. Ember lost his nerve in the face of a beast, but he didn't lose heart. He pressed on.
Indeed it is. Thank you. The fact remains, however, that Ember will not always have a battle-hardened warrior on hand to pluck him from... All I have gleaned from this trial is that without someone watching his back, Ember is little more than a liar...
Wait, Sergeant. Ember still has much to learn, and this time he was found wanting. But after all...
With a bit of hard work, any hand can be made to hold a blade, and any mind can but a scout's nose is different. You've either got one, or you ain't, and by sniffing out that log, young Ember here wouldn't do to waste it now.
Fine. One more chance.
I'll do whatever you ask. I'll spend my days and nights in the pit if I have to. I'll show you. Just you wait.
Daft as a brush, that one. But his heart's in the right place. Just like someone else we know. And if you ask me, we've been leaning on him. That time the curse breakers took some of the weight off his shoulders.
It couldn't hurt.
Just don't tell Gav I said so, will you? I won't have him thinking he's been hard done by. Next thing you know, he'll be asking, chance would be a fun.
Forgive me, Sid. This...
But that's why we need men like Ember more than ever. Men who can remember that.
I will, Sid.
What a word. Off you go, then.
Welcome to the Patron's Whisper. Your benefactors are a generous lot. Here you are. Come again. I may have more for you.
You make it sound like I asked you to save...
Tell me, this is a...
It's most of what I need. After you left, I went over the figures again, and I realised I'd forgotten a watch and a cogwheel. Just a tiny one. Gear's that small are a bastard to make, and I may have lost the one Blackthorn spent a fortnight.
Wait, the children. When they took apart your scale, now that I think about it, they didn't use it.
The young'uns? But why would they... You know what? I'll keep working on the model. You go and find...
Sid! Is Mids...
She wasn't hiding. She's just busy working on her
A new invention? What is it, an airship?
Do you think she'll let us help?
That just so happens to be why I'm here. She needs something special, a brass gear. A tiny one.
Oh, the one you forgot!
We saved it, just in case. It's in the bag of bits.
Since your lesson, we've been disassembling, then reassembling all the pieces that are left over. We keep under our beds, just in case.
That's good to know.
Look! I found it! Is that all? Just the gear? We have...
That's all for now. But I'll let Mid know.
Thanks, Sid.
Has Midadol mentioned a new project yet?
Not exactly. She seems preoccupied. Well, did they have it?
They did. And they kept it somewhere nice and safe.
Will it work? He's perfect!
What exactly are you going to use it?
Only the most important. The wings aren't going to move on their own. But with the right cog in the right place, well, you just wait and see. That should do her. Here goes nothing. Titan's tits.
It wasn't supposed to fly, was it?
Of course it was supposed to fly. Wouldn't be much of an airship if it didn't. Honestly, these bloody engines are driving me mad. I was so sure this would be the day she soared. The Mithril engine was made to make dreams come true. But maybe this is one dream the world's better off without. Show folk how to take flying. It won't be long till they're raining death down on each other. People will lose their homes. Children, their mums and their dads. Like I lost mine.
I'm sorry.
So am I, Clive. So am I. Sorry that I have to choose. Do I follow my head, or do I follow my heart?
Good question. The first time I stood on the deck of your ship, felt the wind in my hair. It was like I was flying. But imagine how it would feel to actually do it.
My dad always said there were two ways of living life. Chasing a dream or shuffling to your grave. And he were right. Right about a lot of things. Not that I like to admit it. People need dreams to chase. Especially in a world like this. Right. When this is over, I'm going to take all my Mithril engines to Zemeckis. and sling him over the edge. I won't have my dream end up turning into someone else's nightmare.
But all that hard work...
All that hard work will not be used for war, Jamie. But it ain't like it'll be gone. Tell me, Clive, have you ever been on a treasure hunt?
Not since Joshua and I were boys. Why do you ask?
Because I'm going to bury the engine schematics and leave behind a little riddle telling people where to find them. A really hard one, so that only the most dedicated dreamers will ever be able to work it out. Ooh, I can picture it now. Some daft general squinting at the words with a gormless expression on his mug. Like that one, yeah.
Right.
Of course, if I'm putting this engine at the end of a treasure hunt, I'll still need to make it a treasure worth hunting for. Won't be much of a prize if it couldn't even make a toy boat fly after all. My dad always said, dream big, but it ain't the size of a dream that's important, is it, Clive? Only that, and I reckon I've got a fair few good uns left in me.
I'm sure you do. What shall I do with your model?
What, that old thing? Not healthy to cling to your failures, Clive.
Sound advised.
Still, I suppose my prototypes, seeing as you're always strapped for cut, suppose I can give it to you. Just make sure you get a good price.
I'd say that was up to you as much as me.
All right, Clive. Enjoy it while you can, Clive. Imagine that, eh? Till then, though.
Make a name for yourself.
You better bloody had to and all. Try, Clive.
Back for another part. We've got screws and bolts and nails and...
Say what you will, Lady Karen has seen herself.
Trouble with your gear, or crack the crystal? Not a very good one, but then... What do you want? That it? Fine.
You all right?
Something troubling you?
No more than usual. It's just... Etta's baby will be coming soon, and I wanted to make something for it.
I'm sure she'd like that.
Back in the north, families would always make gifts when a bairn was on the way. Yeah, I'll let the little tykes know they were welcome in their new homes, like.
So, what's the problem?
Well, the problem is that Etta's due any day now, and I don't know if I'll be ready in time.
Is there anything I can do to help?
You know, there just might be.
All right then. What exactly are we making?
A good luck charm. But not just any good luck charm.
Not just any.
No. One made from the feather of a silver chocobo. There's nowt luckier in all the realm, or so we used to say back home anyway. Thing is, they're hard to come by. Had Otto and Karen check with their suppliers, but nothing. I'd try and track one down myself, only...
Only the big day is fast approaching. And that's all you need, a feather.
That or the bird whose horse it's attached to, aye. I was gonna start by asking around with travelling traders plying the northern borders.
Well, there's no shortage of those passing through Martha's. I think I might make that my first port of call. I'll let you know if I find anything.
You're a good friend, Clive. I won't forget that.
Clive, do you have a moment?
Of course. Always.
I wanted to give you something.
Is this?
I stitched it from the cloth you gave Hortense. The piece she said you liked best. I told her I used to enjoy needlework, but I didn't think she'd remember.
It's beautiful, Jill. You didn't have to.
When I was very little, I recall my mother telling me that young ladies of the court would give knights ribbons from their hair before they went off to war. I still wear mine, so I made you this instead. Red is the colour of passion, the fire in your heart. Fierce and bright, it binds you and your brother, you and your friends, you and me.
Our bond. May it never be broken.
And may it ever bring you back to me. I will always, always be here.
Thank you, Jill.
What is it, Clive? Somewhere in the back of my mind. I know. Thank you. And so for now, I'm always with you, Clive.
If Joshua's worried about Jill, I should go and speak with him.
And how might I help the garrison today?
I haven't seen any of those beastly blue eyes. Do be careful.
I will.
Good girl. Enough of you, are there?
You're the outlaw! The one who drove His Highness to madness! On your knees!
What? If he hasn't heard, then it doesn't look like he's willing to listen.
It's all your fault. Long live...
Damn it. Dion would have been glad to have you back at his side.
And how might I help the garrison today?
The Duke has pledged to work with the people of Northreach to
Carla,
rebuild the Empire.
the Dane needn't worry. I am a man of my word.
Good girl. You deserve a rest. I'm getting tired of these things. Ready, girl? Faster! entire village looks abandoned. Now, which house would a bookworm live in? This is a Royal Army logbook. Did he take this from the local barracks? His interests were certainly varied. This is it. But if what it says is true, I need to get this back to the hideaway.
Leaving so soon, stranger? We've been watching you. From a distance, so to speak.
Subtle. I know who you are.
Then we need not waste time on introductions. Hand me the book. Leave it in our care and return to
your care.
That is not my decision to make, but by one means or another, its contents shall be...
Then I'll have to politely refuse. I won't let you erase our history.
Then we find ourselves at an impasse. Very well. The book can just as easily...
Let's see, shall we? Nice try. Enough!
Impressive, but we have other means.
Why do you want it so badly anyway?
It lays out in no uncertain terms the vanity. It tells the shameful history of the persecution and oppression. Would you say that this interpretation was...
I don't know.
You don't know. Your sword may be sharp, but so let me answer for you. There is no correct interpretation of history. That a series of events took place may be proved beyond a doubt. But there can be. It is a question of numbers and of belief. If enough people believe that a set of events occurred for a reason,
So you're trying to control the truth?
We are trying to protect people from themselves, from knowledge that would bring them naught but pain. That is all. You may keep the book. For now. The world is small. We shall meet again. Until then.
Wait. Damn it. Let's get this back to Vivian. Perhaps she... Fly, Ambrosia.
Have care.
All right. I can walk from here. This must be the orphanage. Hopefully the registry is still here. Conditioning. This is nothing short of torture. Disposed of. Herman wasn't exaggerating. It's a wonder he survived this place. I need to find that registry. This reads like a suicide note. Did the director go through with his plan? There's only one way to find out. Forked white tree. This must be the place. Could he really be buried here? There's something hidden among the roots. Let's see. This must be the registry. So many names. This place was a slaughterhouse. But where is the architect of all this misery? There is only a matter of time, I suppose. This place is cursed. I'm done here. Let's get the registry. Doris is waiting for me near Balmung Dark. The longer she's out in the open, the more likely she is to be found by a Kashik. I need to hurry.
Caution, brother.
Stay down!
There were no guards, I take it.
None manning the gates, no. It's a different story inside, though. The corridors are crawling with Akashic. Most likely if Chadwick was being held here, I worry that he may already—
Don't give up hope just yet. But let's move quickly. Let me check the ground floor. The ether—
Then I'll search the upper level. Good luck.
Just how bad are the floods inside the walls? Bad enough to turn a bearer? I hope not. We're risking a lot just being here. Better keep my eyes open for signs of life.
Stay down!
So this place was no ordinary, and I doubt they'll have taken the creature with them when they fled. Minimal loss of Waluda lives. Even the Imperials take better care of their brand. They were feeding bearers to it. Nothing but a caching down here. Hopefully things are looking better upstairs. I should go and see how Doris is getting on. No lock downstairs. But I did find out that this place...
I know. I've been reading some of these documents. Bearers die every day in service of their masters, but pitting bearers against a wild beast armed with nothing but their wit. And not just those who could fight, but the elderly, and those who wouldn't, or couldn't.
I'm afraid.
Then we're too late.
Don't say that.
A key. But it doesn't fit.
Perhaps it will fit one of the doors downstairs. Finish up here, then come and find me when you're ready.
All right.
Stay down!
Let's see what we can find down here. A survivor. And she sounds close.
Who are you?
There's no need to be afraid. Are you alone? Are there any other survivors?
Some of the guards. They're still here. Everyone else...
Of course there were.
Thank the Founder.
It was worth our coming. But I'd rather we didn't linger. Are you ready?
Ready when you are. You poor thing. He must have been terrified.
Chadwick sent you.
What?
He fought the monster. Distracted it, so he must have sent you. Where is he? He opened your cell, didn't he? You wouldn't be here otherwise.
Chadwick.
Was that?
Monsters!
We have to get out.
Doris, keep the girl safe.
All right. You put that bearer-eating bastard. I'll look after the girl. You teach that thing a lesson. You're safe now.
It's out there waiting for me. I can't let it live. Not if it's got a taste for bearers. The beast will wreak havoc if it ever leaves the prison. I can't let that happen. As you're all ready. Fine how. Too slow. Nice try. Nice try. Finally.
Sid, are you hurt?
I'm fine. I think.
No.
What is it?
A diary. I gave it to Chadwick before we went our separate ways. He was here. Do you think that...
I'm sure he fought bravely to the last.
Chadwick...
Come on. We have to get her back to the hideaway. We don't want his sacrifice to have been in vain.
No. Of course not. I'll see that she's looked after from now on.
From what I hear, you've barely left the girl's side in days.
She is. Slowly, I thank the flames we found her.
I know. I'm sorry we weren't able to save Chadwick.
There's no need to apologize. How he fought to the bitter end to save her. That's the man I remember.
I wish I could have met him. I'd like to hear more about your past.
Of course. You already met my former master. She trained Chadwick and I to do two things. We were supposed to be sold to the highest bidder when the time came. For years, we were her daggers in the shadows. But we could never quite shake our doubts about the things she made us do. And then, one day, we just couldn't do them anymore. So we escaped. But staying together was out of the question. They would have found us too easily. After so many years of training, the pull to serve was always strong. It scared me to think he might have taken another master, become a dagger in someone else's hand.
But even in captivity, the battles he fought were his own. And he died not as someone's tool.
Haida Marie is proof of that. Bearers can cast off, and the curse breakers will show them how. I'll fight until my dying breath to see it done.
Thank you, Doris. We'll be counting on... Vivian, I found it.
You... Even though I asked this of you, I was not I feared the executors had seized.
I met with one of these, and I convinced him to let me... He told me something, that the truth is just a matter of and that if enough people believe a lie...
It does, but it also means that the truth is not immutable, provided that those who wish to change it can convince enough people, as the sad history of the bearers
You said that the book inspired you to become a scholar.
It did. Or its author, rather. She was a heretic, you see. A gallows stood ready for her in every corner of the realm. And by shunning society, or perhaps being shunned by it, she stumbled upon a truth. I, too, have always felt somehow set apart from the world of men. She taught me that my solitude was not a curse, and that, though my journey to the truth might be a lonely one...
Do you still feel that way?
Honestly? I'm not entirely sure anymore. Perhaps the result of studying mankind from a rather... But the more I study, the more I find value in... So if you'll permit me, remember, Clive, when enough give the men and women of this benighted world the gift of truth...
I'll try, Vivi.
Haida Marie has taken a liking to her new home. How her spirit survived Balmung Dark unbroken, I'll never know.
I hear that you traveled to Ash. Sid, did you by any chance?
I did.
If the director was a brutal man.
The registry was all I found, but there was no sign of a body.
I pray that at least all their names are here, my friends. I can still remember their fate. Children who were taken. No explanation ever.
They'd be happy to know that you survived.
But why did I make it out alive? When so...
It's not your fault. See that their names live on.
I'm going to write a book. All of Valisti, and in the name of those islands.
Neither will I.
These records would have been buried for...
Might this be Mickelberg?
Straight home now. These people aren't turned. And the village seems safe enough at least. What is going on here?
Ah. Did you, too, heed the call?
Heed the call? No, to be honest, I wasn't sure I'd find...
Is that so?
What are you doing here?
It is my home.
You keep saying that. What do you...
They came here to perform the rite. Just as King Barnabas in this village. Is that all where they shall cast their souls upon...
Give themselves.
Oh, Lord. Clen...
Let us be free us from the torment.
They want to be saved. Forgive me. But did another foreigner, like me, come here? He was probably...
You mean the traveler from Storm? Yes.
Thank you.
They seek the same salvation Barnabas did. At least the third chair still lives. Let's go and find him.
Your friend with the cowl has been staying.
Pure. Let us be made.
Excuse me. Are you with the Undying?
I am. Lord Rosfield. If I am not...
That's right, and you must be the third chair.
I am.
Cyril was worried for your safety. He sent me to find you.
Then I must apologize. I did not mean to trouble the bearer of the burning quill. Much less you, my Lord Marquis.
He said that you had failed to report. Is there a reason for that?
I came here to study the followers of this new faith. But you have seen them at their prayers, have you not? They devote themselves to the veneration of their Lord with a fervor I have never seen before, praying night and day that they might be rid of their wicked wills and reborn in their... Not that they might be granted respite from their worldly woes, but so that they might serve him with all of their... I, too, swore to devote my life to the service of my Lord and Master, but... And so I would see it through, see these people safe, that they might achieve, that they might do their duty to their Lord.
You do understand what their dream is, don't you?
I do, my lord. They would cast aside their wills and become a Kashik. I know that it may be hard to believe, but to these people, that is the very essence of salvation. Forgive me, my lord, but I must remain here. Did you hear that, my lord? Something is...
I'll go and find out what. An ether flood. Oh no, there must be something I can do. Echoes as well. Found her.
Ready, brother?
Ready.
Muhammad!
What now? We meet again. I've killed your kind before. Damn it! Don't you die. Come on, speak to me.
I had to save them, that they might have a chance to find true salvation. By devoting themselves to the service of their Lord. Just as I did, when the Undying plucked me from the gutter and gave me a cause to believe in. A duty to serve was everything to me, and I would not deny them that fulfillment, even if they must become a Kashik in order to achieve it. Forgive me, my Lord Marquis. I did not mean to trouble you with this. My findings. Could you deliver them to Master Cyril for me?
Of course. Your duty will be done.
Look, my lord. They are saved.
They are saved. Founder. I should get this report to Cyril.
My Lord Marquis, I am glad to see you hail.
I met with your third chair, Cyril. He bade me to...
Thank you, my lord. He remained in Ash?
He died protecting the villagers from an echo. I buried him in Mickelberg. I'm sorry that I couldn't save him.
If you could not save him, no one could.
The villagers, they were believers. They prayed to their god that they might be unburdened of their wills. Then an ether flood came. Your brother sacrificed himself that they might live, even knowing that that life
Then he perished defending liberty. For the right to choose how one dies is no
Sid would agree.
A noble ambition. To die for one's... It matters not how misguided others might... Only that the decision we live according to the teachings of our order. We, for better or worse.
But he didn't die for your creed, and you still believe that what he did was right.
I believe that we of the Undying are not slaves, and this was his will.
I'd like to know this man's names, to know the names of all the Undying who've fallen in the line of duty. They died serving my house. That is my duty.
Of course. I shall fetch the Book of Martyrs at once. My lord, it has been the greatest honor of my life to serve. Though our duties may differ, yours is no... And were they here, I have no...
So what do I owe the honor? Not saying Fornian, do you? Should last you a good while. That it? Fine.
It's not time yet, is it? Right.
It's usually me making demands of Hippocrates. I wonder what this is about. Lawsman Hippocrates.
Ah, yes.
You spoke of making amends with Dion.
Then I should begin by telling you that I was once his... This was some years ago, of course. At that time, I was counted among the foremost scholars of Orif to supervise the young, all to ensure that the future emperor had a firm grounding in, well, alas, our time together was cut short. I had not expected to meet with him.
Have you spoken with him?
No, His Highness always seems so preoccupied, especially when alone. Not when I know he dwells upon the evil Ultima had...
The guilt weighs heavily on it, but as you say, that was Ultima's...
When I first met him, it was not guilt, and I did nothing to ease that burden. It is one of my greatest regrets, and what he truly needed, the blame for Dion's transgressions.
I see. I'm ready to help you in any way that I can.
Then I beg that you bring me a wild wife. Apothecaries across the ages agree that even to glimpse fabulists and fraudsters, all, of course. But there is...
Well, it can't hurt to try. Where can I find this flower?
You have seen cultivated wyvern tails before, I trust. Well, those which grow in the wild differ only in that there is a waterfall in Rickmal's roost across the strait. Whether they still survive there...
It's all right.
Oh, thank you, Clive.
There's something about it. I feel like it's calling to me.
Welcome to the Patron's Whisper. Is everything we've received and everything promised? All yours. Come again.
I may have more for ya.
Joshua, I read your message. You're right. Jill is different. I don't think I'd realized how different, but since we returned from Drake's spine, I've felt it more and more.
I suppose it's not hard to imagine why.
She doesn't think she belongs anymore.
And that's why we need to remind her she is still one of us. And to let her know that we still need her. Now more than ever. That you still need her. But how to do that? When last we were truly close, we were but children.
Of course. Do you remember the time we accompanied Father on his annual tour of the Duchy? And Jill and I broke from the procession to ride up Man's Hill.
To see the snow daisies, I remember. It was the first time Father had allowed us to join him. And when he realized you were missing, he had the entire retinue down to the pot boys combing the countryside.
In the rain. A thunderstorm forced us to take refuge in a grove of oaks before we'd even made it halfway there. It was the Lord Commander who finally found us, and needless to say, he was none too pleased.
Then it seems you and Jill have unfinished business. What do you say?
Man's Hill. It's not that far.
Oh, true. Though I suspect it is also much changed. Little in southern Rosaria remains as it was when we were children.
You're saying I should go and scout the area for bandits?
I'm saying we should first go and see if there are actually still any snow daisies left. What would you do without me, Clive?
Good girl. Seems this place has been flooded twice over. Purple flowers blooming next to a waterfall. Shouldn't be too hard to find. You deserve a rest. Here they are. Might as well pick enough for a bunch, I suppose. Let's hope one of the merchants here has what Gav needs. Excuse me.
Oh, well.
A silver chocobo feather.
Oh, or maybe not. Though there was a man stopped by the rest not long ago, claiming he was near some gutted hovel, not far from most. Took him for a braggart and a liar, but...
We'll see.
Anything catch your eye? Much obliged. Fare thee well.
I've got greens of all shapes and sizes.
How do, Trap? You've the look of a man who could do with a new whetstone? Or perhaps a book.
I'm looking for a silver choc...
If that's the case, no one has seen a Word is, they were all hunted for their feathers. Some northern nonsense about brick. If any are still out there, I reckon they'll be doing...
You're probably right.
Looking for shelter, are you? Come on.
Just because the heavens have gone to rack and ruin, it don't mean we have to. Now, let's get this stall set out.
It doesn't still hurt, does it?
Oh, 1,000 Akashic jars couldn't hurt me. Son of this area.
Can I help you with something?
You wouldn't happen to sell silver...
But if it's fancies you're after...
Was a silver chocobo...
Oh, yes.
It wouldn't be the first time. A silver chocobo sighted in the hills near Rhiannon. That's right. It sounds almost too good to be true. But since I'm already here...
Faster! Can hardly make it up.
Tracks. They're not left by bandits for a change. More tracks. And these look fresh. A chocobo was here. And recently. I don't hear anything. It's all right. I'm not going to hurt you. Just borrowing a feather for my friend. Thank you. Let's get this back to Gav before they change them. This is the place, but...
I'm sorry, Clive.
Has nowhere been spared. What do we do now?
We keep looking. Man's Hill cannot be the only place where snow daisies grow.
Perhaps, but... it's the only place I know of. Knew of.
Then why not ask someone who might know of another?
Someone in the backyard? To the hideaway, then. Let's hope one of the gardeners knows where to find snow daisies.
It was no trouble at all. Still, I appreciate it. Clive, you're back. How'd you get on? Any luck?
Any luck, you say?
Crystal's crack. Where in the hell did you find it?
It's a long story.
Right there on the road to Eastpool.
Everything up there's been abandoned for years. The empty cabin made for the perfect shelter. Though I...
Don't blame yourself, Clive. The Blight's right on Eastpool's doorstep. They'd have had to move on. They'll find a new home. After all, that's what us endangered animals... Anyway, what matters is, you managed to nick us one of their quills before they could run off. And now all that's left is to fix it to the carve.
I didn't know you could carve.
Reckon there's a lot you don't know about me. Like the fact I'm as good with a whittling knife as I am with a sword. And that bone Ember gave me's a dream to work with. What did you say it was from again?
But it weren't your Avis, Sid. I slew one of my own at last.
So all those long nights in the pit finally bore fruit. I'm proud of you, Ember.
Don't speak too soon. I ain't done my trial yet.
There we go. What do you think?
I think if you ever hang up your scouting cap, you'll be able to make an honest living.
Now will I? I should go and see if Ed is awake.
Give him my best.
You can give it to yourself. Come on.
Oarsman.
You did?
I think I...
You did?
You wanted to make Dion a gift of one, did you not?
Oh,
It's no trouble. Your Highness. Would you...
Now. It is time, then.
No. Only to the shelves. Our lawsman has something he'd like to give you.
Master Harpocrates. No. I dare not show my... not after everything I have done. I have taken countless innocent lives, all because I was weak. I have sworn to atone for my crimes or die in the attempt. But were I to meet with him again, and see in his eyes...
Then that is all the more reason to do it. Test your resolve. Prove to yourself.
You are right. I must, at the very least, offer him my gratitude. Very well, then.
Follow me.
Even now, I hesitate to approach him. What must he think of me?
You'd be surprised.
Master Harpocrates, pray, accept my apologies for leaving your tutelage before my studies were complete. Your lessons opened my mind to a world quite unlike the one I had imagined from within the gilded confines of the palace. And I shall be forever grateful for the efforts you made to enlighten me.
Lift up your head, Your Highness. The deeds of youth require no apology. That you took the time to visit me says much about the man you have become. Now, there is something I would like to show you.
Is that a wyvern tail? The color is unfamiliar to me.
Because it is unique to those found in the wild. Something in the harsh environments in which they grow lends them this striking hue. Their roots are indistinguishable from those of their hothouse cousins, but once they bloom, the difference is immediately apparent. In this flower, I see you, Your Highness. Its roots were the roots of a wyvern tail, with all that implies. But they do not define it, just as yours do not define you. I want you to have it, that it might remind you of this truth.
Master Harpocrates, I would ask of you a service. Keep your gift until I have fulfilled my duty to the realm, for only then shall I be deserving of it.
As you wish, Your Highness. I shall await your return.
Our roots do not define us. No wonder my stepmother didn't like him. For reuniting me with memories I had thought long lost. I shall not forget this.
Thank you, Clive. Were it not for you, I fear I might never have found the right not to mention the wyvern tales.
I hope the soul in the hideaway is to their luck.
Why, these flowers bloomed in the bleak, black wastes of Waloed. When it comes to expressing one's gratitude.
What's this?
A stolas quill. Or more precisely, my stolas quill. 'Tis said that an owl's feathers are steeped in the wish, so consider this, that one day you may put down.
Well, when that day come, thank you, Harpocrates.
Ifrit?
Your resolve didn't falter.
No. Though I continue to be bewildered, I should meet with my old tutor here. I thank you.
And I thank you for taking...
Should like to look upon that flower once more. I stand...
And see us safely.
Is there aught I might assist you with? His Grace and I. At first, it was my duty to him. My lord.
I am.
I do not doubt it.
Thank you, Yud.
May you return safely. Have care, my lord.
Ah.
How are you feeling?
Well, thank you. Is something wrong?
Wrong? No, nothing like that.
Go on. It's beautiful. Did you make it?
We did, aye. It's from all of us here at the Hideaway. It's a good luck charm. We may come up north when a band's on the way. I mean a baby. To let him know that they're part of the family too. Oh, I hope you like it.
I don't know what to say. I thank you, my lords, for everything.
If there's anything you need, just let us know.
I will.
Clive, fancy a swift off.
I could be convinced. Don't you think you've had enough?
No, we're celebrating. I'm gonna be a father.
I think Edda might have something to say about that.
Ah, you know what I mean. Bit of light in these dark times. Wasn't long after me 10th name day, my mum told us she was with child again. I was over the fucking moon. I was looking forward to having a little one to lord it over, what with me being the runt of the litter. Thought I'd finally have a chance to prove to the world that I could be a big brother. Imperials came the day she went into labour. Had myself a baby sister, and then I didn't. Me whole family gone in a blink, while I hid in the cellar like the spineless little arsehole I was. Great brother I turned out to be. I'll never be a leader. And I'll never be a hero. I'm just a daft little dog who comes running when his master calls. I'll never be like you, or Sid, or Jill, or even Torgal.
Have you finished?
Maybe.
Do you know why you're our best scout? Because you don't need anyone to hold your hand. Without your resourcefulness, your courage, your determination, I don't know where we'd be. Maybe hanging off a cliff like,
That was only the once.
Exactly. You learned from it. And here you are, after Founder knows how many missions, stronger for everyone. And let's not forget Rosalith. Who was it who freed me from the dungeon? Who was it who ran to Jill's rescue?
That would be me.
Because you're our brother, Gav. My brother.
Your brother.
Which means that when the time comes,
I get your room. And your sword. I may have had one too many.
You may have had...
I said I was thirsty. Better get back to work anyway. Clive?
What is it?
Thanks.
I know.
One of these days, I swear, it's gonna be...
If by under the table you mean retching on my boots off, I reckon one of those days...
Ha ha. But just wait till we crack open the bottle I left in your... That stuff's strong enough to burn the horns off a...
Sounds like I'll be needing some new boots.
Do you think they'll come back?
Of course they will. It's just a big crystal. How hard could it be?
First the skies, then the crystal. What next? The advent of Great Greek.
Is there out you need? Oh.
It's hardly it.
And you can... Be careful out there.
Say what you will. Lady Karen's.
This should tide us over until the new moon.
Oh. What brings you down from the...
I need your advice. Joshua and I are looking for a place where snow daisies grow.
Snow daisies. Then you'll want somewhere not too hot and not... I reckon Man's Hill would be a good place to start. There in the Royal Meadows, both have similar climbs and the right elevation.
Right.
Did you learn where we might find out?
The gardener here mentioned the Royal Meadows in...
The fields beyond Northreach. Well, if that's the case, then Yote was right. I recalled that she kept the record of our travels, so I asked her if she'd perhaps noted anywhere that snow daisies grew.
Whose shores border the meadows.
Knowledge hoarded is... What subject shall we consider today? Did you learn everything you needed? Good morrow to you, my friend. I well recall. It will take from him. Ah, yes. Indeed. Then, fare thee well, my friend.
Another of the Royalists' guard dogs. Quite a specimen it is, too. Too slow. Let's try. Too slow. Nice try.
Give me!
Nice try. No match for you, eh, Torgal? Harmon's madness lives on. Too slow. Nice try. Rest in peace.
Clive. Taraba.
Thank you, Cap.
You could do. Go on, then. You'll not find a better price than that. It'd better all be here.
You're not from the forest. Well, which forest? Then what were you going to tell me? And if you had,